All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Onward Master League 2. I'm your caster for the day, Noman with a 4. Guys, hopefully caught our little pre-show on OML1 over on that Twitch channel. We just did our little pre-show and predictions show, and now we are just waiting on a few of these teams from the Challenger Cup A matchups to hop into the lobbies and get ready to play. As you saw on the pre-show roll, we've got Idiots with Guns playing with Cats in Hats. And it should be a pretty good matchup for the start. I did just get confirmation that Cats in Hats are going to be playing with a man short. So they only have 4 available for the series today, but that is okay because we've seen some really good matchups from teams running 4 players before. If you guys are not familiar with the format of this Challenger Cup, it is just going to be one map that will be played. That map for round 1 is going to be Downfall, so that's what we're going to be seeing between these two teams today. There are no bans because it is set maps per round, and we have at minimum 5 rounds to play, which means 5 different maps as these teams go through a Swiss-style bracket to try to duke it out for Challenger Cup A supremacy. And the team that wins today will be taking on the winner of the Challenger Cup B, which is tomorrow. And then we will schedule a match with those two teams sometime during the week. And that will decide who goes to the round robin stage B. So they will be duking it out for a spot in the semifinals, or rather the quarterfinals, I should say, which is the round robins. So we are just waiting on the last member of Cats and Hats to jump in to the lobby. And then we'll be kicking this off real soon. So we'll take a quick look over at the schedule. So these are the teams currently lined up to play in round 1. So we've got Legionnaires playing Cold Steel, Silent Purge versus Riot, Vikings versus Valor, Stone Cold Killers versus Burning Chrome, which I believe is the matchup on OML1. If you are multi-twitching, welcome. If you are just watching this and you want to watch the other one, definitely check out Master League 1, where that matchup will be. And then Idiots with Guns, Cats and Hats, that's this channel. Dead Logic and Blitz, and Mob Squad and Phantoms. So that is round 1, and we'll be keeping this up to date. You can ignore that countdown timer. This is just so I could show the schedule. We'll actually head back to pre-round as we wait for the teams to complete readying up. So we did have some predictions come out for which team is going to come out on top. I've gone ahead with my Legionnaires pick. Definitely a team that my team Blaze has duked it out with in the last 2 wild cards. A very strong team when it comes to fighting their way up in these Challenger Cups. And Sleepy, I believe, chose Mob Squad, which is a pretty solid choice as well, as they've done well in the VRL side of things. And Nightfire picked our own Cats and Hats here with Trip, who's one of the casters as well for the Onward Master League. So definitely some interesting predictions. Only one of us can be right, so we'll see who that is pretty soon. Yeah, we should be jumping into the action here shortly. Hopefully we'll have this running in just a moment, but actually what I will do, and let me get this going here. What I'll do is I'll actually just kick us over to our little highlight reel, some of the clips from this season that we just talked about the pre-show. I'm going to roll some of that for you guys now, and then as soon as the teams are ready, I will jump right into gameplay, and we'll start this Saturday off with a bang. So stick around. We'll be right back. folks. The teams are getting ready. Yeah, and there goes that round timer. We are in the game now. Cats and Hats, Idiots with Guns, kicking off round 1, Challenger Cup A. We'll see what plan the 4 members of Cats and Hats are going to come up with here. All right, so they're opting for this northern approach. I don't think they know which objective exactly they're attacking. They did call Dumpster as the objective. That is incorrect. It is actually the South HQ, but the approach should be pretty much exactly the same. Some shots already ringing out from some folks on that southeast ridge. As BZ and Trip make their push up here, they're gonna run into some real trouble there on that ridge. Unseating those folks can be really tough if you don't have that strong long-range game. And BZ's gonna be in trouble here, as well as Trip, as High Voltage is watching this approach. Shots now coming out. A little bit of suppression fire coming from Trip. BZ's got to be moving. Shooter McEvans does find Redbeard on the top of that ridge, but he's got to be careful. There is definitely reinforcements on this ridge. Esco, he is not looking in that direction, and he is picked up by Esco. So that eastern push now totally dead. A nice smoke attempt, but not gonna land where he wants. The second one might actually work out. Killer does find Esco on that east side. And now he's able to push up as the 2 on the south side have been eliminated. BZ finds High Voltage inside. He is downed. And now it's just 2 members of Idiots with Guns remaining. Trip confirming High Voltage through the window there. This is a good example why playing with 4 players is not necessarily a disadvantage. I mean, especially if your team's feeling on point. It can be tough for defenders to identify where you're coming from because there's 1 less member to get identified initially. And sometimes teams just tend to underestimate, how strong a team of 4 players can be. So we'll see here if Cats and Hats can pull out a round 1 win versus Idiots with Guns. It's looking strong so far, but the defense is set up in what I would consider to be a pretty standard defense for this objective. Gunrama does find BZ on that center outside, and Trip here getting a little loud. If he stays quiet, he might be able to just sneak up and grab the cap on the side of the wall. Don't believe you can cap this from the basement. I think you do need to be Trip is hearing all of these call-outs. Our resident caster here. Make it happen, Trip. Don't disappoint Nightfire. He definitely put all of his chips down on you. He's going to check this upstairs, which is not a bad idea if you're not exactly sure where the audio is coming from. It's putting out some shots towards A Killer. Really needs to stay quiet here. If he can pop this corner and grab Fitz. Fitz finds Killer there on the wall. Now it's just up to Trip. First round has already been a very back and forth series. Cats and Hats coming up early, grabbing those 3 picks, and now it's just the defenders on the objective, picking up 2. Gunrama grabbed BZ in the center. Fitz grabbed A Killer up on the ridge. But this is definitely cap territory. If he stays low and quiet enough, he's got tab out. If he sneaks low enough, Gunrama won't be able to see him over that corner, and if Fitz doesn't check, oh, this could be devastating for Idiots with Guns. They need to be mobile. Fitz is out on the corner and checking. He's checking the corner at the right time. He takes the gun out. And unfortunately, Trip not able to get there in time. A little bit too much time spent checking the old tablet and checking the area around that building. And without that distraction from the South Hills, not quite able to get in there. And Idiots with Guns are going to grab themselves the first round of this first map in round 1 of the Challenger Cup A's. We see there a nice even spread of kills on the Cats and Hats side. It looks like there may be a drop. Yeah, I think there is a drop on the Idiots with Guns side of the house. But a good first series nonetheless. Definitely looking like Cats and Hats could have had that one, but slowed up a little bit too much on the approach. And just that little bit of luck that Idiots with Guns needed to be able to check that corner at the right time. Grab themselves the round. So we'll see if Cats and Hats can put up a solid defense in this next round. Now, we are playing under regular VRML rules, so it is the full 6-minute rounds every time, and there is a 1.5 minutes, give or take, in between rounds for teams to strategize, so we won't be seeing those 30-second times in between, but that is okay. This is definitely a very high-pressure series. All the teams duking it out for that final spot in the top 8. And we should be jumping in here shortly. Oh, I did just get confirmation from you guys that there is no desktop audio. That's not good. We got to get you guys some desktop audio. You got to be hearing all this hot action. There we go. My apologies. That is now corrected for this next round, which is round 2. Now you'll be hearing the full gamut of communication between the teams. You didn't miss too much there.
I'm gonna go back this way. You two are on objective.
Yeah, I'm gonna push left to dumpster building.
Alright.
And we'll see what Cats and Hats can do here to stay in the series. Idiots with Guns does pick up that first round. We're going to follow these two defenders here because they are getting this quick northwest spawn. And a very smart cross there, staying low in the crater, making sure that the defenders up on Marsoc Rocks don't see that cross. Killer taking, I think, a bit of a shot there from their spawn. And so the offensive approach is very spread out here. So we've got 2 in the center hotel, 1 up in North Watch, 1 in a West Red Truck, and 1 in East Red Truck. We'll see exactly what they decide to do in terms of the approach. Their biggest problem, I think, is going to be, if we take a look at the overhead map here, that defender in the far east. If he's able to set up in a position where he can see across the battlefield down to the west street. Killer finds himself a nice little headshot there on Esco at West Red Truck. Very nice pick for them, evening things up nice and early, but now Redbeard trained in on this window. Killer has to be careful for any future peaks. Little frag's gonna come out here. Be a little too short to do anything there. It's taking some shots out onto, yeah, that is the Marsoc Rocks position. Oh, actually, nope, sorry, that is the North Marsoc position, and he does find very nice pair of shots onto Trip, taking him out of the equation. Now it's just 3 members of Cats. Redbeard making that 2. A Killer peeking that window a little too aggressively, and now it's just 2 members of the defense, 1 in the far northeast And one relatively close to objective, but now we're going to be seeing this push from Idiots with Guns. This is the time to make your approach on the objective. They know they've got 2 down. There's only 2 left. And this is the time to start getting a little bit aggressive. Shooter coming out to check the objective is going to be picked up by Red Bearded as well. And they are definitely in trouble now. This could be a cap. They need to be pushing this objective as much as possible. The final defender is way off objective here in the East Red truck. BZ not in the right spot. He could catch 1 or 2 out here as he comes over this ridge, but he's got a lot to deal with. There's a lot of different places where the offense can be. BZ does find one. He finds another. Oh, but unfortunately it's not confirmed. The callouts are going to be coming out. Confirmed shot still not landing. Call Me Fitz definitely not in a good position. And there's the confirm there. And that, like I had said earlier, was going to be the biggest problem for the offense, is dealing with that flanker, but he's rushing out now. He might not be ready for Fitz's push all the way from spawn. Gunrama, however, finds him from the window of the dumpster building, and just like that, Idiots with Guns go up 2-0 on the series. It definitely could have been a cap. I mean, that was very close to being a cap for the Idiots with Guns side. They just weren't quite aggressive enough, despite knowing they had a very clear man advantage. But they grabbed themselves a round win anyway. We will jump into our pre-round really quickly. All right. Apologies there. Silly mic muting. Doesn't work. All right, so this series definitely going, I mean, I guess as expected, but Cats and Hats definitely putting up a strong fight despite being a man down in this scenario. There's just a few little hitches in their plans so far that they're not able to sew up just yet. The teams are ready now as we jump into round 3 of this first map. Idiots with Guns now on defense here for this North HQ objective. We'll be getting this quick spawn by Cats and Hats, and they've got to be careful here. If they get picked too quickly, Esco likely to be the first one to go down if there are peaks on this hill. Shots do come out. Esco does go down initially. It is still a revivable.
Objective on the far opposite wall.
So it looks like they've definitely identified a couple of them. Gunrama does find BZ on that cross down to East Red truck. The call out is incorrect. It is not Sandbags. He is actually in that crater building right there.
Fuck. Alright. Alright.
Now the res is going to be very difficult for both teams. It's not likely that either one is going to be picked up.
Oh, you want me to make noise on this ridge?
Yeah.
Alright, hold on.
All right, so the team's splitting up a little bit here, trying to find their approach.
Noise ready.
Looks like he is going to try for the revive here.
Did that smoke good?
Smoke's
Can't go
coming out
further
there.
left. I'm coming for you.
And the res is coming out. Oh, it actually might be decent enough coverage.
Get up and around, bitch!
They do get the res up. Now BZ crossing a very nice little smoke toss there. Blinds one of the members of the defense well enough.
Stay low. I think one made it to center.
callouts are so far pretty much on point. Trip here calling out that center hotel position. It's going to be a very tough pick to make from up here. They have got to make an approach. They're 2.5 minutes in. Any push they decide to make on this north side is going to get called out by Esco until he bleeds out.
We have Marsoc.
But the defense is very, very entrenched. Have not moved a whole lot
I'm upstairs.
since the start. Trip is definitely in trouble here if he decides to continue on this approach. Oh, and a very nice little headshot onto Gunrama inside of the crater building.
I mean, if anyone goes for him, they go for him.
High Voltage does find Shooter on that south ridge, and the confirm coming out does take him out of the game, and now we're in a 3v3. Redbeard likely able to see that cross by Trip. See if the callouts do come out. They're definitely in danger of getting capped on here. There's a good... I mean, if you cross low enough here, you can get by Redbeard's sight lines. I mean, there's really nothing stopping them from walking up and grabbing this cap. Aside from some really, you know, maybe nasty angles by Redbeard. And you can really only see this far into the window.
I see two dead bodies on my side.
And lucky for him, the callouts aren't going to come out. Now the shot's coming out from High Voltage. He does find BZ. Not in the window. He is on that wall. But he did take some shots. And now they're definitely in trouble. The rotation's coming out from Redbeard. He might have identified the hole in the defense. We'll see how he's able to shore this up. He needs to get upstairs or on the outside of the objective. Shots now ringing out from that far hill. That is a killer. Setting some rounds down. This is actually a great distraction right now. He has taken away 2 defenders. Voltage and Redbeard both watching that angle, and Trip is on the objective. He's capping it. I'm glad I looked back here. He has got all the time in the world to cap this objective, but no, he's not able to. He's on the objective, but he couldn't do it. Redbeard rushes the corner. Triple finds 2. Now it's just Fitz upstairs. He's got the tablet back out. Fitz is checking the corner. He's not seeing anything. He doesn't even know where he is. This is the craziest play. Fitz has to be checking this. No, he doesn't check it.
Hey,
Trip
buddy, what's up?
finally able to get that cap in.
I killed 2 of them.
I don't know that there's a whole lot to brag about in that scenario, but Trip does find 2 kills and then does find the cap in the end, and a very nice play there. Sort of a flubbed defense. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you see in these Challenger Cups. This is the kind of play that, you know, there's not a lot to say about it. The defense, they made their plays. There was a good distraction on the offensive side, allowed Triple to make that run across. As I was saying, what a good distraction it was. He did identify that he did indeed have the defenders locked up. And yeah, just not the right positioning for the defense. Trip able to find those 2 defenders rushing the outside of the objective in a single file line, and then he was able to grab that tablet. Could not believe that Fitz did not rotate out after those shots were fired. Didn't check his tablet, didn't shoot his gun or throw a grenade or anything onto the objective, giving Cats and Hats that objective cap. It's an interesting play for sure. Taking a look at the player kills. Pretty good even spread overall. Trip definitely the MVP of that round, picking himself up 2 kills, or 3 kills actually, I believe, because he did find that crater kill and the cap as well. BZ with 3 kills, Killer with 2, and Shooter with 1. And on the Idiots with Gun side, pretty even spread there. Either 2 or 1 for both sides. And now we got ourselves a series, folks. So this is best of 5. This is not VRL format. Teams are playing to to 4 rounds. Whoever gets to 4 rounds first. But now we will see what happens here in round 4 as Cats and Hats look to...
Trip. Try to keep eyes on that horizon while I'm moving up, just in case you get eyes, all right?
They look to extend this lead a little bit with a nice little comeback cap there.
Get eyes on, like, 3 seconds. I'm gonna need eyes up there.
And Trip is going to be... Oh, he just misses those guys crossing the ridge. BZ able to make it inside this red truck building. This is a very strong position if he's able to hold this basement. Oh, but he might get a little too greedy. He's got to be careful. Those windows can definitely spot him out. He needs to be very patient in this position because he could potentially catch out 2 of these members of the offense coming down. Idiots with Guns did not seem to catch him crossing into that building. A very tough angle to spot. If we take a look here.
What'd they do? Duct tape Trip's mouth?
Are you guys ready? I'm gonna try and make it to West Red Truck.
And there's the call out there that Gunrama's looking to make it to West Red Truck. So this could be the first pickup for Cats and Hats here. Easy will be hearing these footsteps.
Dark room, side room by objective is one guy. Trip nips in that side room right by the objective.
Call-outs do come out. The Trip is inside the objective and very exposed in that position. Yeah, and Gunrama does find that kill. Trip is out of the equation, but now there's 2 members of Idiots with Guns in here. If BZ plays this
Behind the window.
very patiently, he could get these 2 kills. He needs to not make himself known because he could pick these guys up on the approach to objective. Idiots with Guns taking a very front-heavy approach. A killer does find Redbeard upstairs, but the revive is going to come out. Killer does confirm that kill. Oh, he actually confirms the kill and
Sounds like one's also down in the basement.
downs another one. So that's 2 kills. Oh, this might be BZ's undoing if he decides to peek this. He needs to stay patient.
God damn
He
it,
is the
Johnny,
key
I
to this
told you
defense
no.
right now. And now it's all up to the approach here by Volsage and Esco at the APC to try to make enough noise and confusion. They do not have the basement covered. If these 2 members of the offense are able to make it across and get inside the basement, this could spell disaster for Cats and Hats. Also taking some shots out. Not going to land. Boy, this is so tense. The Vice is slowly closing in on the objective. Fitz coming in for this revive. BZ on the corner doesn't quite get him. Esco does find Killer inside the objective building, and now it's wide open. All they've got is BZ on the outside here and Shooter on the crater building. If they make that basement, it is all over for Cats and Hats. The dream is over. The grenade comes out. Redbeard just ducking that grenade, not able to duck it out. BZ finds one. Redbeard cleans him up. Shooter McEvans does find one, but Esco is inside the basement. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Idiots with Guns are going to be the winners of this first round, as Shooter is unaware of their position inside of the objective. He is not rotating, and even if he did, it was likely he was going to be picked up by Redbeard anyway. We might see that here. This actually would be disastrous for them. No, in fact, he doesn't rush out. Esco does grab that cap, and Idiots with Guns are going to be the winners of round 1 in this Challenger Cup A. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy. What a series that was. Back and forth. We saw back-to-back caps there in the end as the teams duked it out for supremacy. Cats and Hats playing very well despite being a man down. And that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, is that you can't count them out, you know? There was a great cap by them. If they'd held that defense, they were in a very good position to maybe take this away from the Idiots with Guns. But we'll see what they're able to put together in the next round, as Idiots with Guns go up 1 win on the series. We'll just take a quick look here and see if there's any other rounds still need to be played. I believe there are. We'll be bringing you all of the rounds here on Master League 2. We'll try to keep the matchups as interesting as possible. There's a lot of good games, so it's definitely tough for us to choose which direction to put our eyes in sometimes, but hopefully we'll be seeing a ton of good action like that. But a great game between Cats and Hats, Idiots with Guns there. And in the interim, I will kick you guys over to a quick intermission as we figure out what our next team matchups will be. So stick around. We'll be back with more Onward action for you. There's still 4 rounds to go, still lots of good games to be had, and we look forward to sharing them all with you very soon. We will be back in just about 10 minutes, folks. Thanks for tuning in. All right, folks, we are finally back now in the war room. Thank you for sticking it out with us while we waited for round 1 to complete. That score does update live, although I believe I'm gonna have to fix the standings bracket for round 2. Some caster troubles. You guys don't need to worry about that, but we are now getting ready for our second map and our second round, Cargo. And the teams that we've picked up, as you may have seen, gonna be Legionnaires versus Stone Cold Killers. Definitely gonna be a very solid matchup here in round 2. Both teams doing very well in the regular season. If we take a quick peek at the overall standings worldwide, this is a rank 11 and rank 16 matchup worldwide, so a very tight matchup on the rankings. It's only a difference of 20 MMR points between the two teams, so we'll definitely be seeing a good series here. It's going to be interesting. Two very similar teams in their play style. Sort of that mid-range, a little bit of slow, a little bit of fast play. Not overly aggressive on either side. Definitely some sneaky plays that we're going to be seeing here on this Cargo map. Some really interesting positions that I look forward to spotting out. We'll see here. We'll see here once the teams get in. Just gotta verify and make sure the correct teams are showing up to the correct rounds. You know, we're figuring it out as we go. But, yeah, we're seeing, the wrong team, I think, inside of this lobby here, but give me just a moment, folks, while we figure this stuff out. I'll kick you guys to a quick pre-round screen, and I'll be right back once we iron all this craziness out on this Saturday morning. Thanks for sticking around and being patient with us while we try to get all these matchups going for you. All right, folks, it looks like it's actually the caster that was wrong this time. It is not Legionnaires and Mob Squad. It is actually going to be... I will actually correct these team names in a moment while we get into this matchup. I didn't want to miss too much of the action. House picks up Grim Reaper there in this first round. Already 2 members of what I believe is Cold Steel. And we did pick up the incorrect matchup. God, today is just not my day. House finds the Doctor on the backside here. This is Cold Steel and Mob Squad, by the way. We'll correct that in a moment. I actually might jump into the Legionnaires match. House does find the last member of Cold Steel there. I didn't want to change this up too early, so give me 1 second. We're gonna go catch the correct matchup here. Just one moment as we figure this out. Well, you know what? Yeah, no, let's go. Let's go find the Legionnaires Mob Squad match, folks. Let's go do it. Let's make our cast correct. And there it is. Okay. Oh, you caught a little bit of action there on the early round of a Cold Steel Mob Squad matchup. But now we're in the correct place. And there we have it. Okay, perfect. We didn't miss a round or anything. So just pretend like that first round didn't even happen. I just gave you a little preview of another matchup. But we have, correct. Yeah, there we go. All right, perfect. A little bit of, you know, I just didn't have enough coffee this morning. I think that's what it is. I'm going to blame the coffee and not my stupidity. All right, the teams are ready. The caster, more importantly, is ready as we dive into this second round. Or sorry, first round, because we already did this. You know what, doesn't matter. Just don't pay attention to me. Just pay attention to what's on the screen. Because clearly I'm losing my GD mind today. Legionnaires taking on Stone Cold Killers. Round 2, Cargo is the map. We'll see what it looks like. We're seeing early smokes coming out from the Stone Cold Killers side. Very aggressive push here by Legionnaires, but not entirely uncommon. Vegas keeping an eye on the center push. And those are very nice smokes. I mean, they've got the coverage they need. It's actually a perfect line of smokes all the way across. I don't think anybody can spot the cross here from the offense, but James Boak deciding to play this really slow. And actually, Stone Cold Killers in general not pushing too aggressively, and it would be such a shame to not utilize these smokes. James does make it through, but now he's got no smoke cover to assist in this cross. And the entirety of the Legionnaires defense is keeping an eye on that center push and on that right push. Kagan does find Game Reaper on that far west approach. But it's all really going to come down to if James can sneak by the defenders here. They did not make anyone cross over to the objective side. This is such a tough call to make when you're in the player's seat. When you're actually doing a defilade. Finds Vegas on the corner. James finds Biaugi on the inside. Now that alerts Kittens to the fact that somebody did make it across to the side. You see him here now peeking that angle. Engineers down. Oh, man, here in a very nice grenade by Defilade's gonna find Mr. Serious on the backside. If Kagan rotates to try to get this res, Defilade could catch him out. That's ringing out from Defilade, trying to confirm. Potato Bot does find Kitmans on the side, and James Boak's already on the objective corner. If they keep Kagan alive, this could be it. James Boak is gonna grab this cap. And there it is. Stone Cold Killers grab themselves a cap in the first round of this second round of the Challenger Cup A matchups, and a very nice play there by Stone Cold Killers. Not allowing Legionnaires to cross, sort of keeping them constantly rotating, constantly moving, and then just getting those easy picks back and forth. A very nice little grenade by Defilade there, stopping up the defense a little bit. James able to finally capitalize on that east approach and grab Stone Cold Killers that cap. Man, no shortage of good matchups here today. Do want to take this time to thank everybody for tuning in to hang out with me on OML2. There is action going on over on Master League 1 as well, so do check out Sleepy and Nightfire there, doing their darndest to bring all of this amazing action to you guys. as quickly as we can, but as it usually is with a ton of teams and a whole lot of organization being done on the fly, we will be having a few of these little delays and hiccups like what I experienced just a few moments ago, but we'll figure it out. We'll bring you the right action. And if not, you know what? Onward is onward. It's fun to watch no matter who you're watching. Now the teams have readied up.
Down. Nice cap last time.
They are ready to go. Stone Cold Killers. I'm hearing the very nice cap. Shut him down. Lots of good.
Get over there, Reaper. Quick, quick, quick. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Okay.
Very heavy strat discussions coming out. The pre-fire from Kagan's not going to find the two crossing over to the objective. We'll make it safely across to their respective sides. We've got Game Reaper pushed up on that side. James on the backside going to toss. Actually a very good nade there. Just a little too early on the explosion. Could have been dangerous for Kitten Mittens. Would have been very surprised if it found Kagan. Nade's coming out on this side as well. Not going to find any defenders pushed up that far. We are seeing Mr. Miyagi rock this shield. This is what we were talking about in the pre-show. Some teams very strong on the shield plays, and I'm not surprised to see it come out on such a tight map like Cargo.
I'm gonna go to Eagle 1 first.
Bit of discussion there about their approach.
Try to cross to Eagle 1 yourself, so we know where they are.
And this is sort of that slow, methodical play that we were talking about. These two teams, not ones to be hyper-aggressive. Definitely want to take their time, identify where the enemy is going to be. And a shield is a great tool for that, because you're able to sort of spot out the enemy without putting yourself in too much of a serious risk. Legionnaires looking for some equipment. Trying to figure out who has what equipment. Interesting smoke coming out there from Miracle Dev, sort of blinding himself. Oh, he turns away at just the wrong moment. Doesn't spot Miyagi out. Shots coming out from the middle. Vegas and Mr. Sirius both taking shots out onto his position, but Game Reaper going to be in prime position to pick up Miyagi on the backside here when he comes through. Lots of shots ringing out. Mr. Sirius does make it in on this side. Miyagi does find Miracle Dev on the back. Sirius with the confirmation now. Stone Cold Killers are definitely in trouble. Miyagi here. Oh, and Game Reaper just doesn't wait long enough. Miyagi able to pick him up as well. And now Stone Cold Killers are in a lot of trouble. The offense is in on the backside here. Mr. Sirius checking the back of Defilade. Grabs him as well. Potato and James, the only two left on the objective, and a very nice push there by Legionnaires. That all happened in the span of about 60 seconds. And we're seeing basically the entirety of the team push this east side. Oh, God, what a grenade that would be. Bot going down to Kagan there. Very tough angle to spot him in as well. That grate is a very tough one to see through, and now it's just all up to James. He's going to have to be rotating constantly to make sure he's not capped on. He can't see the other side of that tanker, and that's the problem. If one of the Legionnaires members just crawls up along that side, gonna grab the cap. He does identify the shield on that side. He has got quite a bit of work cut out for him here. James finds one. Vegas now looking for him on the other side. Mr. Sirius takes a few shots out on him. They're calling for the cap now. They should be hearing all of this communication. He cannot allow this cap to happen. This would be quite a role reversal here. Sirius taking some more shots out of him. All these rotations are coming out. James does find Vegas on that corner. He does find Mr. Sirius. Miyagi is on the corner, but he's got the shield. He doesn't have the cap out just quite yet. Kagan takes the shots, finds James, and shuts down that defense. But a very nice attempt there by James, picking up 3 members very nicely. Legionnaire is going to grab their first win. on offense as well. Take a quick look at the scoreline. James putting in the majority of the work for the Stone Cold Killer side, finding himself a couple of kills there. He had 2 in the last round, as well as that cap. And then definitely picking up 2, Potato Bot with 1. Mr. Serious on the Legionnaire side, leading the pack with 3. Kagan with 2 and Meowki with 1. And what a series it has been so far, folks. I snagged this matchup as quickly as I could. I couldn't let anybody grab this. This is what I'm talking about. I'm just waiting on the teams to ready up, and we'll be jumping into this third round here in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. There it is. We all know that sound. That's the sound of another round. More specifically, round 3. Stone Cold Killers looking to increase their lead here. They had a great cap in that first round. We'll see if they're able to put together another cap here and potentially close out the series against Legionnaires. I believe Legionnaires did win their first matchup, as did Stone Cold Killers, so this is for the 2-0. Game Reaper pushing up very aggressive into this mid section of the map. And right by El Vegas. See what kind of offensive approach they opt for here. They're expecting a bit of aggression. I mean, you don't really see teams in the back in cargo like this unless they're expecting some aggression. Game Reaper back to the corner here pretty dangerously, having the whole body out like that. Vegas rushes out, does find Potato Bot. Game Reaper able to clean him up though, and it's a 4v4. Now, this is such a tight defense to get through. You've got Mr. Serious watching this inside corner here. He's actually looking, I believe, under the pallets. Yeah, he's looking under this... camera can't even get that low. There it is. He's looking underneath this little sliver here. And he could potentially catch out Defilade as he makes that approach, especially if he decides to continue going prone. Hitman's taken up a position here on the inside of this doorway as well. Both very difficult spots to unseat a defender from. James repositioning the smoke, but Kagan does get the peek on him. And now it's just 3 members, but a very nice grenade there could have caught Kagan out. Miracle Dev tossing that one. Kagan just able to escape it in time. Mr. Serious should be able to spot out Defilade at this point, but I don't think he's looking at that angle. I think he's cutting the angle a little too short. Now checking that position, he does spot him out, and the trade comes out. Serious is revivable. Now it's just up to Miracle Dev and Game Reaper, but Miracle Dev able to get that kill. Kitmans rushes out. Try to check for the people who were rushing around that corner, but now he is the only man left. If Kagan makes that same peek he made earlier, and there it is, the peek's coming out, he does find Game Reaper, and Legionnaires grab themselves the second round, this time on defense. Answering back that cap in a very strong fashion, and that's something that a lot of teams struggle with, is coming back from an early cap or you know, sort of getting ahead in points. And to be able to make a comeback like this on both offense and defense really shows, you know, what a veteran team is capable of in these situations. So Legionnaire's not out just yet, tying up the series in their first 2 rounds. Apologies, a little bit of a cough there. Yeah, so Legionnaires tying up the series in their first 2 rounds. after Stone Cold Killer's cap, and now we're in a tied series. We'll see what Stone Cold Killers are able to do here on this defensive round. All over the place. Sneezing, coughing, all kinds of things. But it doesn't matter because we're kicking off this fourth round, ladies and gentlemen. Legionnaires now on offense. Stone Cold Killers looking to put another point on the board. They got the cap early, but they have not been able to put up anything since. If this defensive round works out for them. Legionnaires still utilizing that shield. They're going to be pushing 3 up aggressively into the center. All out does come out on Defilate's position, and Kitten Mittens does find him on that corner. A very tough shot to make. And just like that, Legionnaires already in an advantageous position 20 seconds into the round. See if Meowgi's approach will be through this tunnel or not. Very difficult to do when you're by yourself with the shield. A lot of angles to check when you're coming out of that tunnel. They're going to need to secure the center if they want that tunnel approach to work. Legionnaires looking to catch out any early aggression. Not likely to find any, however. Bring out from Kitten.
I was just firing in yellow room.
So he does not know that he was able to grab the yellow room defender.
No, I got one.
Oh, no, he does. He does know. Okay. What do I know? I'm just a caster. What a silly me. Nice little checknade by Mr. Sirius there. Bot is going to be trained on this doorway entry. Gonna be gonna be the defender to get past. See if he's able to make it inside here. Make that first approach. He's on the inside wall. He could slip by if the timing is just right. Potato checking both sides of that angle there. Throwing out a nade. Not going to catch anybody unawares there. And this is dangerous. Mr. Sirius poking his back out through the wall here. Bot not able to see that just yet. The C4 detonation comes out, but a little too early to catch any love. And a lot of equipment utilization here by Stone Cold Killers early on. See if Game Reaper here is going to be ready for this push on the shield. He's rushing out. The pistol comes out. He's over the top of the shield. He does find Meowgi and just narrowly misses that frag. Should have heard that clip come out. Vegas with a nice little nade toss, but Reaper able to avoid it.
Enemy shield.
Kagan taking some shots, missing. Vegas shooting him in the feet. Reaper able to pick him up. He's going to need to confirm. And Kagan does find Game Reaper. Should be a Vegas res coming out there very soon. I'm surprised there was no rotation from the defense. He didn't even really call out what was happening to his team. Now the Legionnaires' offense a little stalled out after that scrap.
There's someone behind the crates, right behind yellow.
Yeah, now there's no equipment utilization for Stone Cold Killers. They've used up, I think, all of their frags and C4s. Vegas and James do trade on this side, and now it's just two members of the defense, Potato and Miracle Dev, on this back corner. They've got to be vigilant watching that west side. They're serious, very aware of Potato Bot's position, and he's in a lot of danger if he can find an angle on him.
Flash going out.
That's not going to find anybody. Some early shots coming out from Kagan, checking the body on objective. That's the confirm that comes out. Mr. Serious now looking for Potato Bot. Combo Killers have a minute and 30 to hold this objective. Mr. Serious does down Potato Bot.
I'm down. He's right side. He's middle, right side. Or middle, left building, right side. Go.
Miracle Dev with the correct rotation at the right time. Does find Kitman's approaching the objective. He peeks the corner. He may have just seen Kagan here. I don't know if he's going to check the corner. Shots coming out from Kagan. Don't hit Miracle Dev. Both trading back and forth. Kagan's strong corner peeks this game. Able to find two in the last series. And there it is. He does find Miracle Dev on the inside. The confirm does come out. Kagan finds Potato Bot on the res attempt and secures Legionnaires another win. 3 unanswered points since that first cap. Legionnaires on an absolute tear here in cargo, taking it to Stone Cold Killers after allowing that first cap. Taking a look at the stat line here, Kagan with 7 kills for his team. James Boak picking up 6 on the Stone Cold Killers side. Legionnaires shutting down the Stone Cold Killers offense and defense both times. I mean, it was so tight in that last series. Really just came down to some clutch corner peaks by Kagan and a very nice little set of downs that sort of panicked the Stone Cold Killers. And now Legionnaires look to close out this second round on a defensive round here in round 2. All right, now we'll see if they can put together. Stone Cold Killers can put together an offense, grab a cap, and potentially win out from underneath Legionnaires here, or if Legionnaires can hold the defense and take this second round away from Stone Cold Killers. Had a bit of a rocky start, but definitely found their stride in the last 3 rounds, putting up 3 unanswered points against Stone Cold Killers. Some very tight matchups. Shots ringing out on that east side. And Game Reaper's already inside this defense. Hagen putting some shots out. Nice little frag coming out. Not going to find anybody. Mr. Serious now checking this corner. He finds Potato Bot on the inside. He doesn't see Game Reaper. Game Reaper does find him, however. And now Vegas is aware of his positioning. There are tons of smokes out on this objective. This is absolute pandemonium, folks. All 3 members of the offense now rushing through. Kagan does find Game Reaper with a nice confirm there. James and Miracle Dev, the only ones left on this side. Frags coming out on all sides. Miyagi pre-firing. Kitten Mittens finds James through the smoke. Miracle Dev and Defilade, the only 2 remaining. Defilade coming through the backside. Finds Miyagi. Kitten Mittens cleans him up. And now it's Miracle Dev versus Kagan and Kitten on this final round. Can Miracle Dev do it? No, Kagan finds Miracle Dev on the inside. Kagan on these corners today has been an absolute monster, and Legionnaires are going to ride the back of Kagan into a victory of round 2 over Stone Cold Killers. 4 unanswered points for Legionnaires to take that series. Kagan ending it with a 9-2 stat line. Absolutely incredible series. Ugh, what a matchup that was to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Whew. No wonder I'm having a bit of a, a bit of a sore throat here. Geez, that action is just nonstop. Okay, now it is time to figure out who our next series is going to be. I'm going to kick you guys over really quickly to an intermission, and we will figure out what that round 2 looks like. Actually, let me see if this schedule still works. Okay, well, not quite what I want. Yeah, if I can tweak this a little bit. Damn you, Challenge, and your silly brackets. All right, folks, while these matchups complete and the scores update, we will kick you to this schedule screen, and we'll be back as soon as round 3 matchups are announced. Stick around. Thanks so much for watching. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back now. Bringing you this hot Challenger Cup A action round by round. This is round 3. Round 3 is going to be quarantine for all teams playing in the cup. And the 2 teams we've picked up for you for round 3 are Silent Purge and Mob Squad, currently the top 2 in the rankings, both with 2-0 wins under their belts. So this will be for the deciding spot, potentially for the deciding spot, in rank 1 of this Challenger Cup A. So we've got Mob Squad and Silent Purge, and they are not wasting any time. We don't get any time to talk about strategies or play styles or anything. They just want to get right on into this action. Who am I to say no to them, you know? Just a lowly caster. Round 1 kicking off here as Silent Purge looks to defend Quarantine's Village Garage objective versus Mob Squad's offense. Let's see what these teams are able to come up with. Mob Squad does get that far crater spawn. See if they decide to get people across and which way the defense decides to set up. Defense definitely opting for a relatively close positioning on the objective. See one here in the garage, Gunner in the garage, Dom Patron in the village. Too old to game at the coach in the back. Jay on the inside wall, and RPT pushed up the furthest here on the burning rubble side. And let's go take a look at the offense, see where they've decided to make their approach from. So Smithy and Semper making their push here on the North Street. And then we've got House and Bluega and Nolamite all making their push through the north rooftop side. So it's going to be a minute until we see any action, especially with a defense as tucked in as this. I'd love to hear chat's predictions for the outcome of this matchup. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to be taking that potential #1 spot? They'll be duking it out with Legionnaires, also on a 2-0 streak right now. So 3 teams currently undefeated in the cup. As we get closer to the final rounds, those should shake up a little bit. Do want to take a second and thank you guys for dropping those subs and those bits. I saw a bunch of bits come in. You guys are the best. We appreciate you tuning in, dealing with all of our little hiccups and tech issues. I am running this channel solo today, so that's a lot of work for one caster to be bouncing around like this. So I appreciate you guys being patient with me as I get through all this. Fun fact, this is actually my first time casting the wildcard tournament. Normally I would be playing in it, but we were able to secure a spot in the quarterfinals without having to qualify through wildcards. So I am able to bring you all of this amazing action instead. Very happy to be able to do that. And still, I mean, we are 2.5 minutes in, and there has not been a single shot fired. The defense very tucked in, not looking to make any aggressive pushes here, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this
There's one going
this series.
wing far out the back of the map.
Gunner does spot one out. Takes a couple shots that do not land. He's taking some fire as well.
Wing.
Now Patron spotting one out on the roof as well. Must have just spotted just the littlest bit of his head above that wall. And has lost sight on him already. Oh, some shots coming out from Smithy here onto that garage position. He's going to need to get rid of that defender. That's the only way he's going to be able to make it across. It looks like he did take a little bit of damage.
Right, I think I
So
might
he's
have
in
got
trouble
the guy
now.
at that garage alcove. I'm going to move. If I die, that means he's alive still.
Oh, and there it is. He does actually find him on the inside of the garage. It is just a down, so the callouts will be flowing through.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I killed the guy at Garage Alcove. We got a kill count?
Now he's going to make this approach, but the defense is going to be aware that he is pushing up here. He's going to have to deal with RPT as long as the callouts ring true. Now Too Old taking some shots out towards, is that Bluega? No, House and Semper, who did make that north side. Too Old really locking down this northwest. But so far, no one has come to challenge him. Bluega and Nolamite looking to make this approach here through the alley. And now we're starting to see this offense come through. House taking some shots out onto RPT. They do not land. He's rushing the corner here. Will he be able to spot him? No, House does grab RPT inside of Burning, and now offense controls this very important point. Smithy does finally finish off Gunner after the callouts come out. Oh, what an unfortunate team kill. Jay finds Don Patron on the inside corner watching the objective. And that's the problem with this game sometimes, folks. The nerves run high. You don't want anybody coming near that objective, and if you're not being very careful, you'll grab the wrong guy, but he does grab House on the inside. That could have been a potential cap for them. Smithy finds Too Old on the rotation inside of the objective, and now it's just all up to Jay. Jay sitting on the inside of the wall. His back is peeking through. Smithy rushes through, grabs the kill. And just like that, Mob Squad find themselves the first round here on Quarantine in round 3 of the Challenger Cup 8. Smithy there with a very respectable 3 kills. House picking one up himself, and Silent Purge not able to... Oh, they're able to find one, but there was a team kill there by Jay in the end. Now we'll see what Silent Purge is able to cook up on an offensive round versus a Mob Squad defense of the same objective. And if you are just tuning in, this is Challenger Cup A of the Challenger Cup weekend here at the VRML. We do have Challenger Cup B start tomorrow at 10 a.m. PDT, so tune into that as well as we try to finalize the 2 teams duking it out for the spot in the quarterfinals or the round robins as we know them in this league. There's some good action going on. Nightfire and Sleepy both casting on OML 1. I believe they're doing the Cats and Hats game there, so if you're interested in checking out how Triple Nipple and his team are performing, do go tune into that. But here, we're keeping track of that high-octane action, these 2-0 teams. Olamite taking up this position here. This could pay off in spades if he's able to catch out crossing on either the north or south roads, but he's got to be vigilant on both sides. It's going to be a tough angle to watch all on his lonesome. The rest of the defense looking... Oh, that's right. This is not a window I can fly through for some reason, but that's okay. Smithy now pushing up on the south side is definitely going to be a problem for Silent Purge. If he chooses to peek this corner right now, he is an easy kill. Maybe even 2, if the collateral gods are smiling on him. Chooses to back off of the wall. Just missing out that shot on RPT, but he could be lining himself up for an even better set of kills here. He plays this just right. Oh, gets that crack in the wall. He's got so many opportunities for kills. Shots now ringing out from RPT do alert him to that position. Even a grenade would be perfect right now. Onto that inside corner. Smithy now peeking this corner. Does see the back of RPT and picks him up. And now he is going to choose to rotate. Very smart idea as the defense, or sorry, as the offense has identified his position. Smoke's now coming out. They've got to be careful here. Oh, they just tuck in. And this could be so dangerous. Don Patron crossing out in front, but Smithy doesn't catch him out. He might see him on the backside of the wall here. He does spot him out. Shots ring out. He does not land. Now Too Old is going to be looking for Smithy in this position. He has already rotated out. The defense now getting a little bit aggressive. Nolamite pushing out here into the courtyard. He could find Gunner. Gunner does spot him out first. Finds Nolamite. Too Old does find Smithy on the backside of Post Office, or on the front side here of Post Office, actually. Very nice pickup by him. And now the Silent Purge offense starting to come alive a little bit. Couple of shots ringing out towards gas station. Not going to find anybody. Only 3 members of Mob Squad remaining. One up in the north here on the rooftop side. Just barely running by Jay. Apparently not hearing each other. Being a few feet apart. House does find Don Patron, though. He makes that aggressive push across that center street right on over there. You can see the body by the blue car. Jay is now alerted to House's position, but House brings his gun up, but not fast enough as Jay cleans up House, and now it's 2 members of Mob Squad, 3 of Silent Purge. 3 minutes left in this round. For the defense crossing the South Street there. Very dangerous cross to make.
30 seconds. I'm gonna try to get across south now.
Not Too Old looking to make that cross on the south side. Definitely something they need. They need to pincer these remaining Mob Squad defenders, but they don't have a ton of time to do it. They do have to start moving. 2 minutes left on the clock. Quite a bit of ways to go and a lot of angles to check on approaching this objective. Tool now on the inside here. Gonna need to push up a lot further. He's gonna have to deal with Semper here, watching that little tight angle, the crack in the wall. But he does rotate out. Oh, just missing each other's crosses there. A little check nade coming out from Gunner, not gonna land anywhere, and a lot of rotation coming out from Semper here. Very dangerous this late in the game. Jay does spot him out, catches him on the stairs, and Bluega's the only one remaining.
I may have got one and you swings at the back.
Now it's 3 members of Silent Purge. All up to Bluega on this defense. Can he hold off this very strong answer from Mob Squad? Or sorry, from Silent Purge. While being Mob Squad. Because that's who he is. God, I've cast 3 rounds and my voice is already going. It's gonna be a mess. Be a messy weekend, folks. Very nice grenade there. Could have been very dangerous had Bluega pushed up a little bit, but now he's in the smoke. But SPJ finds the headshot on the backside of Bluega as he stands up on the wall, and Silent Purge tie up the series 1-1. Taking a look at the stat line there. Smithy found himself a kill, 4 for him, 2 for House. Jay finds a couple there. So actually 3, finds himself 3 there. Too Old with 1 and Gunner with 1 as well. And we'll wait for this 3rd round. Yeah, so far we have been getting just absolutely fantastic matchups. Idiots with Guns and Cats with Hats was our first round cast. That went 4-2 to IWG because Cats and Hats are playing down a man, but still played very well, able to get a cap out and tie up the series there. And then we watched Legionnaires play against Stone Cold Killers. And that series started off with a cap as well for the Stone Cold Killer side, but Legionnaire is able to bring it back with 4 unanswered points and grab themselves that round 2 win. And now here we are in the Mob Squad Silent Purge game, duking it out for top spot in this Challenger Cup A bracket. Both teams currently 2-0. So definitely going to be a good series. And we'll see how things shake out as the teams fight for this North truck stop objective.
We got Don to the west on by 18 wheeler.
Silent Purge.
Objective, I think Jay's going rooftop.
Still looking to figure out exactly where the team is moving to. Interesting. It's always interesting that teams sometimes don't have this identified before the round starts. 2-0 does make the correct call out. It is Crater Spawn. Bluega and Smithy both covering this north angle while the rest of Mob Squad sort of pushes down across the north street. Looks like they're going to go for a long flank here. And a very nice little nade there. Doesn't quite make the rooftop, but a nice toss nonetheless. They're not in any position to catch any of these crossers at the cement trucks. Now too old under fire. And he can, I think, get...
the backside hill of rooftop.
He can get by Too Old's positioning here if Smithy just hugs that wall a little bit. So it's just going to be up to RPT to catch him as he crosses through. Meanwhile, House and Bluega pushing up. On this warehouse side, they're not going to see a ton of resistance, really. I mean, they've got nothing to worry about here. Jay is watching a very interesting angle here on the inside of the rooftop. Dom Patron watching that northwest. There's no one hanging out on the hill. Gunner's tucked in on objective. Too Old is behind white truck, so it's a very recessed defense. It's going to be hard to spot these guys out. And Mob Squad has a ton of space to work with. And now we're seeing Smithy push up here on the north wall. RPT may have heard those footsteps. You can sort of see Mob Squad's approach here. They are starting to encircle the objective. So some of those defensive positions may have looked a little off in the beginning, but now definitely make a lot of sense. The player's obviously not able to see that on their side, but you still have to be prepared for a long flank like this from your defenses. Too Old here should be able to spot out Smithy approaching on this box. Smithy not even looking in that direction yet. We'll see if this box provides enough cover. Is pushed up all the way, but Too Old is watching. He's got that gun up over the top. This is such a dangerous position to be in.
One at the front of the semi-truck.
I think the call-outs are now coming out. Yeah, Smithy does spot out Too Old. I think they're both aware that they're here. I know the second I look away, this is going to come to a boil, so I want to make sure I stick on this. Oh, but there's so much action about to happen. Oh, I don't want to miss all of it. I'm just going to let him fight it out. Bluega and Jay here just on the other side of each other. Nolamite and Dom Patron trading shots. SBJ does find Nolamite on the inside. House should know this corner, but Jay rushes the corner, grabs him. Semper picks him up. And now it's a 3v4. Silent Purge with 4. Smoke's coming out from Smithy's position onto objective. Likely looking to obfuscate Too Old's view, and he does do a good job of that with that smoke. But now they're under pressure from two sides. Semper on this wing does find Dom Patron rotating out from 2-story. And they've evened things up 3-3. Too Old now watching this backside, has taken eyes off of Smithy. Smithy is on the inside corner of this north white. Taking shots out onto Too Old's position. Smithy now rotating through. Gunner not checking the corner. RPT not able to find the kill either. And Smithy's picked up a very key kill for him. If he peeks his corner right now, he's got the backside of Gunner dead to rights. Nade coming out from the offense. Semper not able to find it. Too Old finds him. Bluega refrags. Too Old. Smithy finds Gunner on the backside, and Mob Squad go up 2-1 on a very well orchestrated play there. Lots of moving parts, but able to put it all together into coherent plans. Smithy grabbing another pair of kills there. Doing a lot of good work for his team. SPJ, meanwhile, also doing a little bit of solid work on the Silent Purge side, and so far we've been seeing Marsoc round trades 1-1 this whole series. We'll see if Mob Squad's able to put together a solid defense here on this north truck stop objective. But man, oh man, has this been a solid series. Do appreciate all you folks tuning in and hanging out with me while we figure out all this action. Team's now ready to duke it out in this fourth round. So we are going to be seeing quick spawn from the offense. They're going to be spawning over there on that southwest corner. They don't get identified early enough. This could be a real big boon for them, but they are going to be crossing into very visible positions.
They're over here. Westbound.
3 members of the defense able to identify their crosses, and now the push is going to be coming. Lots of shots ringing out. Nobody's able to land them, and we're seeing the whole defense of Mob Squad, save one member, really, all lined up on this hill. And we'll see if they decide to constrict the Silent Purge offense or if they'll let a few get across. If he finds Dom Patron on the inside corner there as he makes that peek. Now smokes are going to start coming out. Unfortunate grenade there from House. Doesn't find the corner where Jay is. And now Silent Purge's offense is definitely in trouble. They're going to have to rethink this approach. They're not going to make it up this hill with this many defenders watching that approach. All 4 have eyes on, and they do have Nolamite here watching that backside approach. And Gunner are going to be running into each other very soon here. But I do want to keep my eyes trained on this offense on the top side. And Too Old finds RPT, the back of his friend's head. Those shots ringing out to try to catch a defender, and nerves are running high.
No, it's good because no one came out of the west. I'm sure.
And Semper is correct. Everybody on the offense. No one has baited out yet. Nolamite taking some shots out towards the offense here, and they are definitely pinned. They've got to find a way out of this situation. They've either got to rotate or use some smokes to cross the burning side. And they've got to do something to try to make this push. They're a little too tucked in right now.
Alright, I'm going to try to get the rooftop courtyard.
See how this rotation works. Too Old could be the one that puts a dent in his defense. He's got to try and make it across somewhere. And House, Nolamite picking up Jay and Gunner on both sides. Smithy finds Too Old, and just like that, Mob Squad able to shut out the Silent Purge offense in its entirety. without losing a man. Exactly what they needed to go up on the series. Now Silent Purge has an opportunity to take some of the momentum back. They've got a defensive round. And let's take a look at the objective they're going to be working with here. They do have this north wall, north rooftop courtyard objective. So they do have a good opportunity to answer back here, but Mob Squad definitely on a roll the last 2 rounds. Able to close them out quite nicely. The team should be readying up here in just a moment. Do appreciate everybody hanging out, having a good time in the chat. Bringing all kinds of delightful action to you guys all day long. And just waiting on one member to ready up. I think we're almost good to go here. There we go. All sides readied up. We should be kicking off here in just a moment. All right, folks. We're now into round 5. Silent Purge looking to stop the Mob Squad onslaught. The last 2 points have been unanswered. Now they are on defense. They need to find that special something. Smithy's been the dangerous one so far. You know, look at the scoreline there. Yeah, he is 8-1 on the series. They have got to shut him down if they are looking to grab themselves a round. C4 placement there by Jay. Should be an interesting shakeup. See if the offense decides to take the roof or opt for a longer rotation. The rest of the offense a bit stalled out here in the motel. All 3 stacked up on this side. Now the offense on the north side starting to make some of their peaks. SPJ gonna rush the top of this and find Bluega. Is this gonna cause House to rush up? Yes, it does. He does not spot him out, however. There's one member of the offense down now. House opting to rotate off of the rooftop temporarily. Or a rooftop hill, apology. And such a slow approach from Mob Squad here. Not entirely uncommon, but definitely not conducive to very exciting action. We wait for them to get into position. All 3 members here in the south laying down. Excuse me. Our Semper slowly making his way across this bridge. Smithy coming through the center glass courtyard here. And none of these members of the offense are really going to run into anybody until they get very close to that courtyard. Shots ringing out from Semper. Yes, that is a defender laying down by Coach. But the shots do not land. I think he's trying to stay as still as possible so that the defender is not aware where he's shooting from. Now shots ringing out onto Smithy's position. They aren't going to land. Nice pair of smokes there. Maybe not quite as nice. Still quite a big a window there for RPT to be able to spot Smithy out through, should he choose to rotate. But Smithy playing a very patient game here, waiting for the defense to make a mistake. Too Old now rotating in to the sewers. Be seeing some action between him and House here very shortly. Smithy's still watching this angle. See who can find who first. We are seeing a long rotation on that south side as well. Member of Mob Squad getting in all the way behind. Don Patron does find House on that rooftop courtyard. Smithy taking some shots onto Gunner. They do finally land. And Nolamite finding the backside of the defense. Don Patron is now down at the Coach. RPT taking shots towards Smithy. They're not going to land. A little grenade toss. Oh, just a little too far. A little undercooked. PT now taking some shots out. This is I'm not sure if the callouts have come out yet. SPJ on the rooftop has a clear line of sight onto Smithy's position. Semper finds RPT, however, from that center courtyard, and Nolamite is on the inside of cockpit already. Too Old should be seeing him cross into here. He does find Nolamite. The confirm does come out. SPJ finds Smithy crossing from red car into burning, and now it's just up to Semper. The last man remaining. He's going to find the backside of Too Old, but no, he misses the shot. Now his position is given away. Both defenders know exactly where he is. If they have correct kill count, they have to be focusing on getting this kill. A very solid-looking Mob Squad approach there, but a nice pickup by Too Old. And Jay from the rooftop shuts that down. Semper's only got 45 seconds. The defense really just has to tuck in.
41 seconds, stay on.
Jay does spot him out right there. Shots ring out on his position. Semper's definitely in trouble. Can he land the shots?
Right hand side, close to the ambulance.
Semper looking for the shots over the top of the hill. Don't land. 20 seconds left on the clock. Semper's got no time. He cannot cap this. It has to be kills. I think Semper's out of ammo, actually. He's using the pistol to try to grab Jay. And I think that is going to be the round for Silent Purge. Indeed it is. Time runs out. Mob Squad not able to put together good enough of an offense. Silent Purge takes the win on that round, and we're going to be going to round 5, I think. I've lost track. Do enough of these in a row, you start to lose your mind just a little bit. A very nice scoreline there. Smithy 9-2 for his team. House and Semper each with 3. Jay with 7 for Silent Purge, picking up the bulk there. And Too Old and Don Patron 2-1, along with Gunner. Oh, and what a series it has been so far, folks. See if it comes to a satisfying conclusion here. Mob Squad look to put together a defense on that same objective. We are not going to be seeing mirrored spawns here in round 6. We'll be seeing that south spawn out of the offense. But we'll see how they decide to approach this. If they opt to get everybody across or not, an early shot coming out from Gunner is going to punish the offense. Too Old already downed by Smithy. Smoke's going to come out looking for that res. The res does come out there. Now they have to rotate out of that position. Defense now very aware of the positioning, so they're taking some pretty aggressive spots. Still keeping one tucked in the far north there, but other than that, everybody is pushed up and in front of the objective. Now bringing out from Jay. Do not, in fact, land.
In the wall on the east side, just in the tank, the roof.
Dolomite trained on that south street. He does see that member of the offense all the way behind. Oh, Gunner is in a very precarious little spot. Just barely peeking down. Patron and Smithy are going to trade. Smithy just down. But a 4v4 nonetheless, a very dangerous res to go for Nolamite. Especially with that member of the offense watching that street, but he's going to go for it anyway. Gunner not able to land the shots, and the res is going to come out, giving Mob Squad that man advantage, 5-4. Now they are all tucked in together, however. The shots are ringing out all over the place. House and Jay fighting here in the north. Temper putting a lot of shots down towards Gunner's position in the far back. Nolamite here fighting with Too Old and RPT. Will they be ready for Nolamite's position? No, Too Old gets picked up. Now Smithy looking for RPT around the rock. Might not spot him. He does trade with Nolamite. The res is available. And it's just 2 members of Silent Purge, 1 revive possible against 4 members of Mob Squad. PJ now making this approach through the burning courtyard. Emperor might have a line on him if he's paying attention to this burning courtyard side. Honestly, if he could get by Semper here and somehow skirt House. Oh, that's not going to happen now. The callouts have come out. Smithy takes a few shots on him. Semper's on the inside wall. He's got a line on Jay. He does find him. But Gunner is going to get the res here on RPT, so it is still 2v4. But quite an uphill battle for these remaining 2 members of Silent Purge. Can Mob Squad hold this defense?
One in the burning building, I think upstairs, or in the rubble.
Smithy is watching this backside here. Could give them some information as to where the defense is. They could potentially find Semper on a rotation here. It's a bit tough to see over that rock. Now watching this corner. Gunner does have a sight on him, does find him.
One down.
Now it's a 2v3. Semper's watching the corner here of Ambulance. Gunner has to be careful with this peek. It's a one-handed pre-fire, I guess, over the wall. I can't really tell if that's actually going over the wall. Doesn't look like it. Now House trained on this Ambulance side. Smoke's gonna be coming out. Oh, no, that's a frag. Interesting bounce on that frag. Quite a good bounce, in fact. Could have Could have been really bad for Semper had it landed on the other side of that pillar. And this is so dangerous to have your remaining two members of the offense all stuck together like this. I would not be surprised to see a frag grenade come out from the defense. But they've only got 60 seconds left. Can they put together an offense and get by this Mob Squad defense? Or will Mob Squad take this series 4-2? Let's find out. Semper on the inside wall looking for a cross on this South Street. 45 seconds left. RPT finds house. Center's gonna have to be wary of this wall. He peeks the corner. RPT going down to Semper. Now it's just 1v1. 30 seconds left. Semper rotates out. I don't think they're aware that there's two in this position. Semper now rotating back towards the objective, knowing that they lost one. Only 20 seconds left. It's not looking like Silent Purge can pull this out. He rotates across the street. About 10 seconds left. He's going to have to find 2 kills in under 10 seconds. He's rushing in. He shoots the corner. He sees the backside of Semper. It's 5 seconds left. Bluega down Semper. Shots ring out from Gunner, but it's not enough. So close had he hit those shots on Bluega. A team kill could have ended Mob Squad's round, but they are able to pull that win out. 4-2 versus Silent Purge. What a series it has been, folks. Oh my goodness, even my hands are shaking. I'm not even playing. But a very tense series there. They're able to pick up all of the kills they needed before the round ends. Whew. All right, folks, we're going to kick you to this short schedule intermission. You can check out the scores for round 3, which is what's showing up there. And it looks like we are just waiting on one more match to complete other than this one. The scores should be input in just a moment. But as soon as the matchups are ready and we have everything good to go, we will be back with more Onward action. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. 2 more rounds remaining. Rounds 4 and 5. We'll see who comes out on top of Challenger Cup A. Stick around. All right, folks, we are back and at it again. Round 4 underway. We're going to be bringing you Riot versus Vikings here in round 4 of Challenger Cup A. The map pick is Suburbia for this round. These two teams both on a 2-1 right now, duking it out for a potential second place. Over on OML 1, there is a Mob Squad and Legionnaires matchup. They are both 3-0 on the series, so if you're looking for an even higher octane matchup, that's where you're going to want to go. But we are just now jumping into the lobby. And we'll let the teams know that they are good to go. So far, it has been an action-packed series, folks. If you've been tuning into this channel, I know I've been having some wonderful games. All the teams putting up quite a serious fight. No one going down easy. None of these 4-0 nonsense matches. It's all been a tight matchup if you've been here. We've been picking the good ones. I don't know about OML 1, but for those of you supporting your fellow solo caster, I do appreciate it, and I've been trying to bring you as good of action as I can find here on Challenger Cup A. The Challenger Cup A day on Saturday. Slowly losing my mind and my voice. But I do appreciate you guys all tuning in. We are in the series now, just waiting on a few members of Riot to pile into the lobby before we start. We're going to be seeing Suburbia as our first matchup. Excuse me. We're going to be seeing that tank objective on the South Street. And I want to see some predictions in chat. I haven't seen any. I've seen some cheering, and that's great. But I need to hear some predictions. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take this series? Legionnaires and Mob Squad fighting for that top spot right now, but things can still shake up. And there is a potential to play a 6th round if there are 2 teams tied. I believe it is by total wins and then by opponent wins and then bugles, I believe. So if they've played a tiebreaker between the 2 teams in the series, that will decide the series if there is a tie. If they have not played, then it will be their bugle score. Otherwise, they will have to play a 6th round as a determining factor for who goes on. We are seeing 4 members of Riot in. I think we'll be starting pretty soon. Do want to thank you guys again for tuning in, dropping those bits, hanging out with us on this Saturday. We have so much Onward action for you in the next couple of weeks. We've got Challenger Cup A today, which is this. Challenger Cup B tomorrow, which is the other half of the teams duking it out for a spot in the Challenger Cup, which will be played sometime during the week. The 2 teams will coordinate. Whichever one wins A and the other one that wins B will coordinate a match, a full match. I believe it is the best of 3 maps format. And they will be fighting for the spot into the quarterfinals, or the round robins as we call them here. And those will be played next weekend. Tons of good action there. Top 7 teams plus the winner of the Challenger Cup will be there. Tune in to watch those amazing casts. We've got quite a set of rounds for you there. Globochem, Danglers, Blaze, and SMC duking it out on Saturday, I believe. And then Beginners, Lemon Squad, Boss Fight, and whoever wins this Challenger Cup will be on Sunday. So stay tuned for that action. But now we do have all 5 in the lobby. I believe all are ready to go, so we should be hopping in the first round here momentarily. Thanks for your patience, everybody. It's been a long day. It's a long day for the teams, a long day for the casters, and we appreciate you guys hanging out with us through all the little intermissions. But no more intermissions, because now we're getting ready we're kicking it off. We're diving in. We're doing all the different things that you do to get into round 1.
Are you sure?
Of this round 1 of round 4 of the Challenger Cup A, Riot versus Vikings. Riot on the offense. Tank objective on the South Street is their objective. How will they put together this offense? Early shots coming out from the defense. Very aggressive pushing up already. Unseen threat and Snooper on this lane 1 inside. Free fire coming out from Turbo's position. Snooper already on the inside wall here. Very dangerous. Peeks this corner. Does find the window. Mantis just on the other side of the wall. Snooper might not be aware. Definitely not aware. Quick pickup already. The pin pull comes out from Mantis. Here comes the frag. It is going to find Unseen Threat on the other side. Mantis does take some shots through. Finds the kill there. Unseen Threat does get revived, but Mantis picks up another one. Turbo grabs him.
Still on my side of 30.
Unseen Threat and Seth Bowden both on this lane 1. The Mantis is calling out that position. So we should be seeing Fungi there on the other side, picking that up. Kroorzi finds 0 on the playground approach. Mantis with a nice little flash there, and the smoke in Unseen Threat's hand's gonna punish him. Mantis finds him. Seth Bowden finds Kroorzi on the backside. And now Fungi's looking for him, but he is in danger. Mantis rotating up behind him. He's not going to be ready for this. He's not checking his backside. The grenade does find Fungi, but Mantis shuts down that offensive approach, and Vikings go up 1-0 on that first round. Oh, man. Mantis absolutely decimating the offense there from that position. No one quite able to spot him out. He had a great frag shot. Few members through the bushes there, and then just had just the perfect rotations, finding Unseen Threat, caught out with a smoke in his hand, and then catching, I think that was Seth at the end there, for the win. And now we'll see if they can put together a defense and stay in this series. Or Vikings are going to run away with it. I don't expect this matchup to be too lopsided either. I think both of these teams definitely evenly matched. They're 2-1 on the series to get here. They have been putting up the proper fight. Just see if Riot is able to put together a defense comparable to what Mantis did there for the Vikings. And we don't have to wait any longer. Both teams are in the series now. Round 2 now kicking off. Fungi running the shield for the Vikings side. Something we didn't see from Riot there. You want to remind the folks at home, make sure you're clipping all these sweet action shots. We've got quite a few good matchups and good action here. We do need those clips. This makes our lives that much easier when we put together highlight reels to highlight the players. Give them the airtime they deserve for playing very well. Lots of nade trades coming out here. The one dropping down on top of Turbo. Quite a perfect roof bounce there. Some confirm shots coming out from Nolik, not aware he had already picked him up with that very nice grenade. Sad I didn't zoom over there faster. Now we're seeing this shield push. So he's on the corner. He should be able to spot out all members of the defense. A little equipment trading there. Superfax now turning his gaze towards this lane 4. If Fungi is not careful, Super could find his backside here. He does get the shield up. In position, unseen threat goes down with a nice headshot from Fungi, and the shield doing some work, and a nice little frag coming out doesn't catch Fungi. Very dangerous for him there. The offense now making a very good approach. They have blinded Snooper to a degree. Seth Bowden definitely not able to see any. Now they're returning fire onto Snooper's position. Fungi and Mantis moving up together. Look at this teamwork. This is fantastic teamwork. Noctum does find Seth Bowden, but now the upstairs. This is going to be the problem. Are they going to find Zero in time? Mantis finds Snooperfax on the front side of the house. Zero is looking in this position. He could find 2. Noctum finds Zero, however, with a very nice shot, and Vikings able to pull away from Riot, grabbing themselves the second round on offense. Very clean, only losing 1 in that exchange. And that was some amazing shield work. That is some coordination that you rarely see, especially in this sort of mid-tier team range. I mean, they played that to a T. They had the smoke coverage proper. They had the shield making the right calls. They had a member right behind him, able to put those shots down range. The defense just not able to pick them up. Overall, very well done there, and Riot is in trouble now. They have got to come back with an answer in this series. Otherwise, Vikings are going to run away with it, and they're going to have a tough time. They did, you may have seen there while floating around, get this red car objective. We'll see what they're able to do on their offensive round here in round 3. They're going to opt for an offside push. So not going directly at the objective, which makes sense because, yep, for that exact reason, pre-fire coming out onto that lane. No reason to lose a member of your offense that early, but we are seeing some serious aggression come out. A very nice frag there. Could have been dangerous for anybody pushing up into this corridor like Naktom is doing right now. And some very good nades here. Orzi almost getting in trouble there. Look on the backside, tossing a few of his own frags, and it's so hard to keep track of these grenades as they're flying all over the map. Nolik tossing out another one. This one could be good. No, a little too far for Zero, but Mantis finds Snooperfax with one on this side. My goodness, the frags have just been non-stop. Unseen threat finds Noctom through the bushes. It's going to be coming to get this res now. And now the smoke's coming out. Quick toss smokes there. Very nice play. Shots ringing out into that position, but the rotation was exactly what they needed to do. Now Nolik and Korzi are in trouble here. Shots are ringing out. Nolik finds Seth Bowden, but not able to land the shots. Turbo landed some shots, but not opting to continue checking. Korzi does find unseen threat on the inside. Seth Bowden makes that trade out now. And as they make this approach, Korzi's the one in trouble. And here come the smokes in lane 1. Will they be good enough? They look good to me. Korzi needs to be shooting through the smoke. Fungi does it for him. Finds Seth Bowden on the backside. Zero now looking for him. Doesn't quite have the angle on him. And there's a suppression from Turbo on the backside. Superfax comes around the corner, downs Fungi, but picked up by Mantis very quickly. And now it's just up to these last 2 members. Zero gets picked up by Korzi. Turbo, the only one left. He does find one. Can he find the last one? It's a 1v1. One revivable on the defense. Not likely to happen, however. Oh, man, this series has been tight. Riot definitely need this win. Turbo looking to find Mantis on that backside, but he's not in a great position. The Callouts will be coming out from Fungi, so he won't be able to slip by unnoticed. Smoke coming out now in a rotation. Well done. Just missing the corner here, but if he comes around lane 4, this could be the approach he needs. And yes, in fact, that is what he's going to do. He's going to come around this backside. Can he spot him out either through the bushes or on this backside? Let's jump into his view and see what he's able to see. Doesn't spot his head there. Oh, and he's in trouble. The shots ring out, and Turbo goes down. Mantis securing that defensive round for Vikings, and they go up 3-0. Mantis on an absolute tear, 7-0 in this series. Wow, guys. You know, just as I say we've had no blowouts, Vikings are looking to prove me wrong in a big way. Coming up 3-0 on this series. I did not expect this sort of a scoreline. I definitely expected more of a back and forth, but Riot still has an opportunity to stop this momentum and bring back some points to the board on this defensive round. See what they're able to put together here. It's do or die. And here we go, folks. Will Vikings run away with this series in round 4? Riot gonna finally shut down this Viking incursion and get themselves on the board. Riot feeling confident they can make a comeback here. Definitely in their corner for now. We want to see more of this hot Onward action. Snooper taking a very aggressive approach here. Fungi might be able to spot him out. Lots of free fire coming out from the offensive side. Guys gotta be paying attention to these frags. He does find one. He needs to confirm. Or is he peeking the corner? Could be dangerous. It is. Snooperfax finds 2. Confirm isn't there, though. There's still a revive possible. We'll leave that to develop a little bit as we check in on lanes 1 and 2. Nolik and Mantis both making their approaches here. Mantis inside the bushes looking for Seth. Does find the headshot there. Snooper finally confirms Fungi. Noctom and Snooperfax actually end up trading on the backside. And now the res should be coming out here. Quite the pile of bodies they've amassed there in lane 4. Defense still looking strong, though, but 3 versus 3 is what they're going to have to deal with. Defense definitely does have the advantage right now. Nolik is...
You got room for smoke?
They are just stacked with grenades and smokes. We'll see if... Oh, a bit of a flubbed smoke there. That one does look like it's going to make it where he wants it. Another one to complement it. Not bad smoke coverage. Quite ideal, but they're going to need to capitalize on these quick. I'm wondering if we're going to see some very aggressive pushes here. Nolik putting some shots out onto common positions. Mantis finding unseen threat as well with a very nice headshot. Now Riot down to just 2 members. Can they stop this push? Mantis, an absolute monster today, has yet to be killed. Zero now pushing out, does find Nolik. Noctom making the approach through the smoke. He's at the white car. If they do this pincer approach in the exact same time. They might be able to find him. Turbo put some shots down, but now Mantis making his way across. The trade comes out. Turbo and Noctom taking each other out, and there it is. Mantis finds 0 from the backside. And Vikings will take the series 4-0 in this round 4. All right, Vikings are able to take that series 4-0, so we will be kicking you guys over to the standings for round 4 as we wait for the teams to check in. And we'll actually tweak that timer a little bit. I think we're going to have to wait a little bit longer than 4 minutes. Let's go up to 10 minutes here. So I will be taking a short break here, and I will be back with round 5 action once all of these are checked in. These will be live updated, so you can stay tuned and see what all of the other matchups turn out with. Thanks a lot. We'll be back in just a few. All right, folks, thanks for tuning back in. Apologies on the long delay, but there's a ton of games, and some of them are taking a long time, you know? Sometimes you gotta play your hearts out. You can't rush greatness. But we are here in round 5. Bazaar is the map for this round. We are bringing Stone Cold Killers and Vikings to you. So this matchup is technically, I think, for second place, but it depends on how the Legionnaires game goes over on OML 1 as well. So I don't think, I mean, if I'm doing the math correctly, I don't think the points differential can sway too much. But this is the rank 2 and rank 3 tier team duking it out. And we'll see what kind of action we're going to get here. We just got off of a Vikings match earlier, about 15 minutes ago, where Mantis just went on an absolute spree. I don't think he died in the entire match. Going, I think, something like 13-0 or 12-0 or something like that. It was a sight to behold. Definitely go back and rewatch that if you haven't. But now we'll be seeing if they can overtake Stone Cold Killers and potentially take second spot, or if Stone Cold Killers can maybe get themselves a win and poise themselves as a potential challenge for Legionnaires. Maybe we'll even play a 6th round here. Who knows? That's the fun. As I said, we are going to be in Bazaar. And we're just waiting on the teams to ready up and get into the lobby and all that good stuff. So we'll kick you over to quick pre-round screen while we wait for the teams to finish readying up. I do want to thank everybody for tuning in today, sticking with us, hanging out in the chat, just basically being fantastic, you know? You guys are delightful, and we appreciate you guys spending all your time with us here on the weekend. It's going to be quite a Challenger Cup weekend indeed. We've got a ton of action coming at you tomorrow as well, so tune in for that. Waiting on, I think. Oh, yeah, we've got everybody in the lobby, so we should be kicking off round 1 here in just a moment. And yes, I am hearing that beautiful sound of round start. And here we are. Round 1 of round 5 of the Challenger Cup. Hey, we gotta find a different name for the rounds. Vikings on a tear today, definitely performing very well, only losing one. Only one map in the round, or one round in the Challenger Cup. Stone Cold Killers also in the same boat. 2 members of Stone Cold Killers going to be pushing all the way on that east side. And the remaining going to be pushing through here on the west. Definitely looking for potential pick or cross along this northwest courtyard. Not going to find it. Rorzy sort of tucked himself in. Now James very patiently watching this angle here. He could find himself a kill if Rorzy gets a little too aggressive. No, he's actually going to be very not aggressive. He's going to tuck himself in that courtyard. The right play here. Mantis is guarding the north approach. Or is he just watching that west side? Knocked him here. Very common spot in the league. Keeping eyes on the objective at all times. And the east side really has quite a bit to go before Nolik is able to spot them out. So offense sort of getting set up here. Technic does find Mantis on that north side. Now the north has opened up quite substantially, but it's just a down. Callouts will be coming out. Shots continue to ring out as Krorzy rotates out. Knocked him throwing a very nice frag out towards Defilade. Doesn't find him, but Defilade's grenade does find Fimi Fungi here in the courtyard. The res should be coming out, but oh man, James could catch this rotation. No, he's just on the other side of that window. He does find Krorzy on the side of what I call Alpha 1. Technic confirming Mantis there on the north side. Now the north approach is wide open. The only one really watching is Nolik.
Just confirmed.
Like 20 times.
There it is. He's going to find Technic on that north side, but James Book already on the inside of the Kayat building. Defilade finds Noctum in the center objective. Fungi is not aware that a member of the offense has made it in, and Stone Cold Killers are looking like they're going to start this off with a cap. They do indeed. And SCK go up 2 points on that first round with a very nice play through that north side. A solid distraction by Defilade, keeping the defense occupied there in the center. And I'm just surprised there was no rotation towards the objective. This is such an easy objective to cap if you can force the defense to be away from the OBJ for even a short period of time. You just need that small window to get in there. Well, Killer's gonna go up very quickly, but now they have to put together a defense that shuts out the Vikings. No shortage of great plays on either channel here today. All the teams playing very well. All duking it out for this top spot in Cup A. That team should be just about readied up at this stage. Seeing them kick it off. Just a moment. There we go. The timer has kicked off. All right. Now it's time for Vikings to put together an offense of their own. See if they can answer back Stone Cold Killers cap with a cap themselves. Or if Stone Cold Killers is going to run away with this series and secure their spot at least in second place, but potentially, depending on the outcome of the OML1 game, potentially even first place. Not quite out of the woodwork yet. My math isn't quite good enough. I'm sure someone else has done the math better than me. The defense getting set up. Pretty similar set of positions. Not really that surprising. We're already hearing action here on the east side as Defilade peeks that corner. Mantis now going to be looking for a pickup on this north wall. Take a look at the offense here from a bird's eye view. To be able to get across. James finding Fungi, though, on that long angle peak. Offense now down to just 4 members. Defilade now has rotated out of this north side. So it's just going to be Nolik and Miracle Dev here duking it out for this east courtyard. Not sure he'll be able to spot him. Miracle Dev in a very difficult to spot position, and indeed he does find Nolik. Noctum checking the boxes side of the bazaar. Pretty common positions here, but Vikings not looking so hot. Fire now being returned. Keeping him suppressed. Gonna have to find a new approach. Coming out between James and Krorzy. Miracle Dev does find Noctum upstairs. And now it is all up to Mr. Mantis himself. The man of the Suburbia Hour. We'll see what he can put together here. He's got plenty of time. 4 minutes. he takes a minute to kill a member of Stone Cold Killers, he'll make it before the round ends. But it is quite an uphill battle. He now knows he's alone. Which approach he opts for. I think the northern approach is the right way to go. It is tough to get inside, but once you get inside, it's very difficult to weed out where that person from the offense may have made it. He's got a very tough uphill battle here between these two defenders on the north wall. Frag comes out. He decides to rotate. Both comes out. Just the... There's the answer back frag. Now it looks like Miracle Dev is going to be on this corner waiting for him. Is he going to be able to spot him out? He should see it. Yep, he sees the elbow. He sees the tablet. Shots come out. Miracle Dev goes down. That's one. Now he's got to find one more on the inside wall here. Will he be ready to check it? It's a little too tucked in for him here. Doesn't really have any sight lines. 2 minutes left on the clock. He could pull something out. You can sort of feel the stress. Oh, camera decided to kick me out of his view. Fantastic. You can hear the stress in his breathing as he's working to figure out how he wants to make this approach on the objective. This is the kind of tension that this game can put onto a person. It's a very difficult game. Now he's just on the other side of this wall. Will Mantis be ready for this peek? Defilade watching the inside corner. He sees the gun, but no, Mantis does not check the corner. And Defilade finds himself the kill.
Oh, that's hidden palm tree.
And Stone Cold Killers go up 3-0 on the series so far. Now we're going to be seeing this East Hotel objective right here. But we'll be bringing that to you in just a few minutes as the teams get ready, draw up their strategies, etc. Looks like one of the members of Stone Cold Killers drop out of the lobby, so we'll likely be seeing them coming back. Do appreciate all the bits you guys have been dropping today. Thank you for your support and your patronage and, you know, for being in the league and being great. We are just waiting on that final member to make it in. These guys duke it out. So it looks like somebody did the math, and it seems that Legionnaires should have Challenger Cup A all locked up. But you know what? I don't trust anybody. I don't trust math in general, let alone somebody else's math. But math in general just seems like magic, you know? Just I don't believe it. So we'll see. We could see some kind of crazy Cinderella story type nonsense. The score lines are just right. So I'm going to choose to believe that rather than resign myself to the thought that there is no pressure. You know, there's always pressure in these games. Stone Cold Killer's putting up a solid performance. Definitely enough to shake up the stand, especially if they can get away with this offensive win in this next round. But we should be seeing whether or not they'll be able to do that shortly, as the 5th member has joined the lobby, and now we're just waiting on round to start. All right, folks, saving my voice for these last couple of rounds. But here we go. It could all end in 3 rounds if Stone Cold Killer is able to put themselves on the board with the offense, or if Vikings are able to stop the bleeding a little bit and get themselves on the board with their own defensive round. It's good to see them all in high spirits, though. This is, after all, a game. We play it for fun. Challenge is exciting. And we'll see just how it shakes out here as the offense makes their approach, primarily through this northwest courtyard. The Mantis pushing up very aggressive here on this north wall. Be in a good position to catch out at least 2 members. Technic and James both looking like they're coming through this area. Nice smoke, but unfortunately not gonna land where he wants it to. Nolik here is gonna be the biggest problem for the offense, as he's keeping an eye, a very tight angle onto that north street. Shots ringing out all over the place from Stone Cold Killers. Gonna get themselves an easy pick, but the defense stays tucked in. They won't have an easy time getting rid of him. Smoke's now coming out, should be blocking Mantis's view. Mantis does find James on the inside. Game Reaper should have the intel to know exactly where he's sitting. Noctum finds Defilade on that southeast side. Just on the other side of each other, but Mantis does need to keep holding this angle. He should be able to spot out Technic the second that smoke clears. Oh, but maybe the angle's just too tight and he's right behind that wall. It's going to be up to Nolik here to spot out Reaper, and the closer he gets to the outside of this street, less his chances are. Technic, however, will find Mantis. And there's the confirm. Game Reaper rushing in to clean it up. And now it's 3v4. Stone Cold Killers, the man disadvantage. This approach is entirely coming from this north side now. Miracle Death throwing out a few smokes. I don't think he's going to be ready for Nolik's position. That is going to be the real trouble for him here. Even if Nolik doesn't catch him on the cross inside, he should be able to grab him as he comes in through the dark alley. But now 2 members of the defense rotating in. A nice little frag coming out. Shots go out on a Miracle Dev. He almost dies to that frag, and now he's under fire from 2. Nolik going to find that kill. Vikings looking real good here on this defensive round. Game Reaper looking for this pick here. Just saw the head of a defender there. Not quite enough information, but he knows one is rotating to that north side. The defense staying nice and tucked in. Only lost one so far. There's no reason to get antsy. Looks like there's one watching. I wonder if he's actually just trained. Okay, he's trained on the inside angle here. Take a look at this. He's actually watching that little cross right there. It's a pretty solid angle to watch as long as your offense decides to ignore the North Street and the North Wall. Looks like in this case that is what's happening. So he might actually luck out here and grab himself a kill. Minute 30 left on the clock. They've got to start making their approach here. Technic should be able to get in behind. And just not a lot of movement yet. Game Reaper definitely has to get out of that position and start pushing up onto the objective. Wonder if Doors is hearing these tablet clicks or not. Yeah, it looks like he is. He is going to opt to go check a little bit closer. Might get punished for it, though. Game Reaper should be seeing that. He does. He turns around and finds him. The C4 detonation not finding Game Reaper, however, and now Vikings are in a little bit of trouble. Oleg rotating back in, seeing the smoke, taking the shots out on Technic. They don't land. Tosses a flash out. Did not land on Technic, as far as I can tell. He does find Nolik on the inside. He's pushing up to objective. Fungi has to be wary of this. He sees him cross. Tablet comes out, but not enough. Technic and Game Reaper both line up. And Vikings are going to grab themselves an easy defensive win there. So they've stopped the bleeding now. Now we'll see if they're able to make the comeback. We get a cap of their own and tie this series up. We're not quite done here yet, folks. There's 17 seconds left on that clock. Playing it absolutely down to the wire. But a solid defense from the Vikings is going to opt to give them that win. What a tight series it has been so far, ladies and gents. Tight matchup overall. I mean, just taking a look at the standings here on my side. I mean, lots of 2-2s and 3-1. Really only 4 teams having an issue breaking into that even range. And I mean, obviously there always has to be, you know, there has to be some kind of a loser in every matchup. But a lot of teams putting in quite a good fight. We've seen a lot of these teams play over the course of the day, and really almost no blowouts looking at the scores. Just a couple here and there, which is definitely what we like to see in these Challenger Cup finals. We love to see teams fighting to the last man for a spot in that round robin. Now we'll see what happens in round 4. As Stone Cold Killers now look to lock out the Vikings and close down this series for good. While Vikings are going to claw their way back from a 3-0 deficit. Already 1 point up. The aggression is definitely real. Grorzy and Nolik both making their approach here. James now in this window looking to find at least one. He does see one. Defense now matching that aggression. Devilate on the corner. Nolik's going to find him. Game Reaper is going to be in trouble, but James might have the line here on Nolik. Got to be careful. Game Reaper's on the other side. Cooking the frag. It's a nice toss. Not quite nice enough, but James cleans up Nolik, and now there's just 2 on the north here, 1 in the south. And now we're seeing the shield again. I'm surprised it's taken this long to see the shield. Miracle Devs definitely in a little bit of trouble here.
No, he's still peeking. His head is over the wall.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And there it is, a very nice little headshot. Teamwork headshot by Mantis.
We got one on North Wall. Should we move up and you can confirm it and we'll come in?
The defense has to be rotating around. They've lost all visibility onto the north side. The shield is going to have an easy access to that north tunnel. Once it's in that tunnel, it can be very difficult to get rid of. You don't have the nades. You don't have the timing down just right.
Yeah, I'm going to go in here and peek the window whilst you go across.
And there's Technic using his equipment already, so now that grenade is off the table. One guy here is going to have to rotate his shield, make sure he's got coverage there.
Yep, someone's in the window.
Seeing a nade coming out here, and the nade was a flash, actually lands very well. Does blind Fungi twice. Technic throws out another flash. Totally blinded. Technic now rushing. Fungi not able to see him, I don't think, but he should be spotting him any second now. And there it is. James rushing the corner. Fungi does find the kill. James finds Mantis on the backside. He's now coming up behind Fungi. Will he be ready for this? He's got pistol out. James looking for him. He rushes the corner. He does find him, but the trade comes out. Both down. Both not out. It's 1v1. Game Reaper, the only one remaining. Still standing. Knocked him now at the tank. Responsible for this offensive round. If Game Reaper takes too long to rotate and Knocked him pushes in, this could be it. But no, it looks like he is going to have more than enough time. And there it is. The revive comes out. Now it's 1v2, but Noctum could catch them rotating back into the objective. This could still work out in their favor. Vikings not out just yet. Oh, he just misses the peak on that. Such an unfortunate set of peaks here. Will he be able to spot out James? Looks like he might. He caught his feet there. Oh, and he misses him again. He runs across his sight lines. He's cooking the frag. Frag comes out. It is good. It lands. Air bursts perfectly in the doorway. Grabs Game Reaper. Knocked him. Finds James Bauk rotating. And Vikings are still in it, folks. 3-2. Vikings putting up 2 points. Now heading to the defensive round. We could be seeing a comeback here, ladies and gentlemen. This would be quite the comeback of the series indeed. Maybe not for first place, but still, as I did just hear from a moderator, we have not confirmed all people or all teams in the round robin tournaments yet, so there could potentially be a spot for a second team if one bows out, which makes this kind of an important matchup. Oh man, been getting all the good ones here today. Bringing you all the series that just won't quit. See here if Stone Cold Killers can put up an offense to finally close this series out, or will Vikings take this down to the wire? They're going to have to deal with the mini market objective this time around, so Vikings will be defending that objective, and we'll see what Stone Cold Killers can put up in terms of offense. Teams are ready to go. Caster is ready to go. Round 5. Look at all that excitement.
Jesus Christ, someone killing.
I can't do that shit.
I'm not
People
above
are
team
sleeping
killing
here,
in this
man.
situation.
Wow. So much excitement. More excitement than
Yeah, people are sleeping
I think
here.
I'm
can't
ready
do
for
that
it.
shit.
That is why it's so important to have a good time, ladies and gentlemen. That is what keeps these teams going sometimes. No matter how far down you are, if you're having a good time, you can always make the comeback necessary to try to win the series. Stone Cold Killers looking to break Vikings streak here. Gonna be a minute before we see any action, I imagine.
Multiple contacts across the street. Hey, couple guys over here.
The defense opting for a very tucked in, relatively standard defense. God, my voice is almost gone, but still so much action left to go, and make sure you guys hop over to OML1 once this channel wraps up, because we will be doing a post-game wrap-up as well. Stone Cold Killers definitely taking their time, greeting each other in spots on the map.
You know, they got C4 somewhere around there.
Game Reaper watching this angle, not likely to get a peek on that window. It's a very tough angle to
Do you
see.
wanna push on up?
We'll see what's happening here as they approach this northwest courtyard. This is going to be an interesting approach. Hearing the microphone pops here of the defense. Definitely now checking the inside. Smoke comes out, he rushes the corner, does grab one defender. Fortunate frag there, doesn't quite leave the building. And more smokes keep pouring in. They're hitting the objective. Mantis finds Technic on the north side. Now the four-man Stone Cold Killers offense pushing all the way through this southwest side. Shots ringing out. Nolik does find Game Reaper. Gets confirmed by Nakdom. Definitely an active just on the other side of the wall from each other. Definitely he's going to rush this corner. I wonder if he's going to pre-fire and give his position away. No. He stays relatively quiet, and all this smoke is making it difficult for Nakdom to hear, I believe, so he's not going to be aware the Defilade is just behind him in this room. Oh, and not checking the room he was in could be his undoing. It's a 3v4. Gonna be Miracle Dev here that potentially saves Defilade the trouble. Knocked him, sending some shots out. Defilade now hearing him, sees the rotation back inside. Knocked him not ready. Defilade's going to find him. And now it's 3v3. Defilade on the inside of this northwest courtyard. The other two needing to make the approach from across the main street. Defilade now going to be in trouble. Doesn't check this common spot. Fungi sitting here on this north corner wall. Now the shot's ringing out. Defilade finds Mantis in the window. The 3v2. Will he be expecting the north rush? Nice little check nade comes out. Defilade's already rotating out. Miracle Dev does find Nolik. Now it's just up to 1. Can Fungi shut this down, or will Stone Cold Killers be able to take this series on offense? Miracle Dev looking to make this cross.
Wait a second. You should be clear over there, because he should have rotated back toward objective. Go.
Now they're coordinating their push. Fungi finds 1. Shots coming out from both sides do find him, and Stone Cold Killers take that round. Go up 4-2 on the series. Solidifying their second place, if I'm not mistaken. A great series played by both teams. I think that will do it for the series here on OML 2. I will be ending the stream here in just a moment and hopping over to Master League 1 to do a quick wrap-up with the casters there. So go ahead and jump over to that channel if you have not already. And we will see you there and let you know what the info is for the rest of the weekend. But thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for dropping the bits, staying in the chat, being real patient with us. We do appreciate it. My name is Noman on OML2, and I am signing off this channel. We'll catch you guys later.